we will have a meditative session so that you only hear from inner voice, not the outer voice. Okay, thank you very much. We have about 1.5 hours, and I am just, delighted that, I am, with my neighbors, Julie on the left and, Lakshmi on right. I am in the right company, in the middle of it. So very safe hands, and we are going to manage and give a lot of inputs to EU India Gateway Conference. I'm not going to introduce any of those, pleasantries which has been happening for the last 2 days, because we have a huge panel and we have to talk a lot and you have to take a lot of inputs from here. I will just say a few decorum of the things that all our panels, we would request us to be very brief in whatever we are saying so that we can speak again and again and they can get maximum inputs. We have divided the panel in 2 parts. One part is about 45 minutes, about 40 minutes would be, the panel would be speaking and they will be contributing on the topic. And the second half, which Lakshmi would take over and try to listen to all of you to get it. So please use the writing pads around you to write your questions, write your comments, so that we collect them and we have them included after about half an hour or so. Here in this panel, I'm not going to take very huge responsibility of introducing all of you. I would come to all of you where you can take your first 3 minutes in introducing yourself. But most importantly, since you might have been already Googled a lot, you might have been virtually introduced to all of them, we will concentrate on giving inputs with thoughts in the first round. And as we all know, the main topic is digital connectivity in energy, transport, health, education, and research for northeastern region of India and its immediate neighbors. Just to give you 2 headlines, I was going through some data. There is a study that is lying here. You can pick it up. It must be all around. It clearly says that more than 60% average population and villages are unconnected in northeastern region, but this is almost the situation all over the country also. And there is this word called meaningful connectivity. It's not only to have a tower on your mobile, but also all the 5 towers, and it should allow you to do transaction or meaningful connectivity. So that's also very important, that we all panel would like to take responsibility that when we talk about digital infrastructure, digital connectivity, from the perspective of health and energy and education and everything, it should translate into, like a superhighway, like, access which is, not really questionable. With that note, as you know, I have on my left Dr. Julie Reviere, and on my right Lakshmi, and then followed up. I will start with Julie to introduce yourself and give your first thought on the topic.
Thank you very much for giving me the mic. Yes, I am Julie Reviere and I'm heading up the GIZ here in India. It is one of the biggest portfolios worldwide. I have about 550 people constantly working with me, and we're working in 31 states, including 4 states here in the Northeast, with over 20 ministries, and it is quite a challenge. And the portfolio deals with all of the topics that we have been talking about, from energy to health to education, so the whole thing. I'm an educator by profession. I used to work as an educator. I got my PhD also in the education field, so I'm very passionate about education, about the social sector, so health and education are really my sectors. The rest I leave to the others because we have so many specialists around. that can talk about those topics. But as a woman and as a woman in the position I'm in, to work here in India is not that easy. I manage quite well, but yeah, that's why I'm going to bring in some of my thoughts later on.
No, so why don't you give your first thought itself? Like, I remember that when we were on the table, you said about, I'm going to concentrate on giving, you know, a stress on women, entrepreneurship, education. Please speak your first.
Okay, so I think that even though we all talk about integration and inclusion, and that we have to have a bigger eye on gender and including women and girls, I don't really think it's happening all the way. It is not really happening in schools. It's not really happening in the universities. In some sectors, yes. In the technology sectors, not happening at all. It is really difficult to even hire women. I'm trying to hire women. It is all around not really where it should be. So if we talk about digitalization and if we talk about access, if we don't close that gap to really get women into the digital world and get them digitally literate, I think we're really making a huge mistake. So I think in altogether, we need to focus not only on the technology part, but we really also have to focus on digital literacy and closing the gap, and also on inclusiveness. We have so many people that are being left behind because they are not the youngest ones anymore, sitting with 3 smartphones and computers and having raised that way, but they also are losing the plot, and they are also not anywhere. So it's not only women, it's also a generation that has not had access, and therefore will have even less access at the end of the day. And if we really go and try and get this digital era pushed further and further with all the technology, if we lose that segment of society and the female segment of society, we are really going to head for not very good times, because we cannot really leverage as much as we should. And to my mind, there are not enough programs around. There is not enough focus around that. We all talk about it, but at the end of the day, there's still quite a bit to be done. So I really wanted to make that point, because I think it is important to raise it over and over and over. And just having a couple of women that always speak out is fine, but we need to have many, many more. And the acceptance also needs to be there. So this is my plea, that we have to have that as a priority, and have as a priority in order to move forward, because literacy is important, digital literacy is important, access is important. And if you don't have the literacy, if you have then you don't have access. You are not moving, and we all are really not moving as much as we should.
Thanks. You really took away my emotional attachment to how women are more useful than men on the ground. We have a study. I just want to share that we have a study done. We have 2,000 locations all across the country where rural women entrepreneurs, digitally trained, run as a small entrepreneur. And it has been proven with the study that their accountability, responsibility, and ownership is much higher than anyone else. So when you have that kind of stakeholder, your impact is, several, notches higher than anything else. And after all, if you talk about digital infrastructure, even if you look at the population, 50%, 50%, I mean, if they are 50% user, why aren't they 50% participant in creating it and policy, making it as a policy? So with that note, I will also now go to Mr. Mohammed Ariful Islam, who is country head of Nokia-Bangladesh. He also told me that he has some very strong points to mention, especially related to health education, access, and research. So, Arif, please introduce yourself and give your first thoughts.
Thank you very much. Very privileged to be here. I'm Mohammed Ariful, CEO and country manager for Nokia-Bangladesh, responsible for Nokia's operation in Bangladesh. Our focus is now on transport, telcos, utility, and also defense. We are very delighted to share with you that we have acquired Alcatel-Lucent. It's been a couple of years, and we have now a very extensive portfolio of connectivity, end-to-end networking solutions, and also IP. We also developing our mobile phone as well. We're doing also not so well on that ground, but others are going really well. Sorry, I have to tell the truth. So with that, in Bangladesh, particularly when I moved in, which was just 8 months ago, my first focus was how this country with so much opportunities, and the opportunities can be only transferred with an aid of technologies and innovations. So my thoughts for the day is, I always start with the question, so why this connectivity didn't happen to the underserved people? Why women in the villages are still not empowered and not connected and do not have access to all the technologies, even the knowledge that can be easily accessed through YouTube? I think the question is the demand is not there. So demand creates commercial incentive, and commercial incentive makes connectivity for the private organizations. So what really needs to happen now? We have to make the investment here to make the demand. And that is the solution to the problem that we're looking for. So that's my thought. And I would like to do my little contribution to the world is, I'm an engineer by trade. So I want to solve problems through innovation, logical thinking, facts-based approach, and don't try to tackle world's problem at once. Take small steps, look at the low-hanging fruits. And I think one of the solutions is connecting the 7 sisters in a more economically viable manner. And I'm sure we'll talk about these more towards the session. Thank you.
Thanks, Arif. Lovely questions and very hard-hitting questions that today, if you calculate from 15th of August 1995, internet in India is 28-year-old. The person who had been born on 15th of August or after is now 27 or 28-year-old, right? We have graduated in making policies to make sure that if you are not connected, you cannot withdraw your money. If you are not connected, you cannot have your ration. If you are not connected, you cannot have blah, blah, many things, DBT and all those things. But even after 27 years, we don't have 100% infrastructure that actually enables you. So I actually like to counter you that we have made a policy which is naturally demand-driven, but we have not created that requirement. But we will again come to that one. And we are in great situation to listen to this question harshly to ourselves and create those kind of thing. I will go to Mr. Samudragupta Kashyap. He had been a practicing journalist for a very long time, so I'm sure he must have an eye to details in the many lack of rural infrastructure and so on and so forth. But he's also Chief Commissioner, Information Commissioner, Government of Assam. So please introduce yourself and your first thought.
Good morning. My name is Samudragupta Kashyap. I'm a state information editor. I'm a state information commissioner in Assam, but that's only my temporary identity. I've been a journalist for nearly 40 years, and I had the opportunity and the privilege to travel to almost the entire nook and corner of the Northeast, where there are roads and where there are no roads too. And two things that come to my mind, and I'm also a development communicator. One is that there has been a huge exodus of people from the border areas, particularly on our northern border with China, in Arunachal Pradesh and others, uh, primarily because of lack of connectivity, lack of facilities, lack of services. Number one. Number two, even in the interstate borders, the same situation prevails, leading to a situation where the young people have to travel out of their places to Guwahati to seek opportunities. And even to get, 3 days ago, there was a letters to the editor in one of the leading newspapers that people in the Northeast have to go all the way to Kolkata to even get a visa. And to travel to any other country to spend 25,000 in travel, they have to spend another 25,000 to travel to Kolkata just because there is no connectivity, no facility online. And that's one. Number two is the new education policy which is now in place, which has reorganized the entire education system, which talks about digital education from the digital platform. We have seen in our experience during the pandemic that all families, nearly the UNICEF study says that 60% of the families, particularly rural and poor families across the globe in the third world countries, including India, do not have access to the internet. Number two is now that teachers who are supposed to be teaching through digital facilities, there is no facility in the Northeast, I'm not talking about the other states, to train these teachers and make them up to date. At the moment, I've read that there are only 90% or more than 90% of the primary school teachers in Assam are not trained to handle children, forget about handling technology. And same is, it's also true with the teachers at the middle and high school level. So these are the three things that come to my mind. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, and just to add a little number to what Samudra is saying is that Arunachal, 32% schools do not have internet or digital connectivity. Assam, more than 20%. Manipur, 36%, and so on and so forth. So you can already know that the educational infrastructure doesn't have a necessary digital infrastructure or a skill infrastructure which could have been there. And before I go to somebody else, I would also like to just quickly give you Arunachal Pradesh, 49% villages are uncovered by mobile connectivity. Assam, 11%, Manipur, 24%, Meghalaya, 37%, Mizoram, 29%, Nagaland, 28%, Sikkim, 66%, and Tripura, 35% are uncovered. Official figure, and I'm not, and the ground reality I would translate into a phrase: meaningful connectivity. Those who have, are they still buffering, or are they downloading, or are they paying online or not, or have they been able to fill the form online? These are practical examples of it's something like creating a road, and you can't drive. You know, you can only either cycle or walk or jump. Or something like that, you know. Like Samudra was saying to me at the time of tea, that, you know, we used to go from Shillong to Guwahati, and the gate on the other side and the gate on this side used to wait that there is a middle point where the gadi will be coming and stop, and then this side will go and then go. It used to take 6-7 hours to go one way to the one city to the other city. There used to be a time. But just read digital as road and think it's not there. Can you move? You know? Exactly. So it's very important that, you know, thanks to you to bring to that level of necessity of digital infrastructure to discuss all of us. I will now go to Professor Syed Farhat Anwar, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh, to enlighten us with his thoughts, but introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm, of course, professor at IBA, but I'm also presently the current president of Asia Marketing Federation. I also sit in the advisory board of A2I, which is part of the ICT Ministry, of course, a project of UNDP. And I'm also part of the statutory board of WION Banglalink in Bangladesh. So this is basically what I do as technology is my focus. My focus is primarily sustainable technology and more towards technology for human well-being with focus on SDGs. And therefore, what we are actually working on is more moving from 4IR to 5IR, fifth industrial revolution. So that is what the focus has been. And of course, when we say that, when we talk even in terms of infrastructure for digital, reducing digital divide, we at times we forget that smart devices, if we talk in terms of Bangladesh and even India, the availability of smart devices are quite substantive, but we don't use them. We ignore them. We primarily focus on something that we call mobile device, but forget that mobile device and smart devices are entirely two different things. So that is one area which we've been working on, how to reach out to the grassroots level using smart devices rather than only mobile devices. The other issue that I was thinking of, in fact, when I was invited by my friend Soboshachi, particularly with regard to EU, is that EU's major success has been what? Major success, the way I look into it, has been on how connectivity can ensure lifetime conflicting nations sitting together and deciding not only regarding themselves but the world. My question, obviously, I've been asking myself is that in all its policies, the strength of EU, is that translated to its partners? For example, when we talk about Bangladesh, India, or even this particular region relationships, I guess this is one big lesson which should be part of whatever policies we devise, or EU should come out in terms of developing partnership, is how can we actually also learn from EU to be together, to be able to exchange not only ideas, but also human-to-human interaction, how we can strengthen that. That is one. And therefore, I personally believe that we should focus on land-linked rather than landlocked. Because at the end of the day, we are emotionally linked. So there's no reason why we should divide ourselves by coming up and saying that someone is landlocked. We are land-linked, and that should be the strategy that we take forward. The others, therefore, automatically comes up from there is that should we have this third country approach or an integrated approach? If we have a third country approach, you're actually, again, creating an emotional divide, which will never result in a digitalized connectivity being taking place effectively. So my personal humble request would be not to look in the lens of a third country approach, rather, not even a regional approach, but more of a humane approach. Whatever we are doing is for the betterment of the humankind, for the mankind as a whole. That particular focus can only make whatever connectivity approach that we are talking about substantive and logical. Thank you so much.
Thank you for bringing, heart to the soul and, some meaning to the connectivity. When we are connected, emojis should not be the only one that we should share, but we could also walk to the person who is sending those emojis. Before I come to Subimal, I am remembering that 20 years back when we had started our organization, used to do digital literacy and used to do just digital literacy. But now digital literacy doesn't mean anything if you don't know how to be safe. Because as soon as you get connected, you get a SMS, click here to identify yourself or something, and the person who is the first time user clicks and the money is withdrawn from the bank. So cyber security, cyber hygiene, be secure on the new landscape of digital with those infrastructure. I think Mr. Subimal Bhattacharjee, who is expert on cyber security, can introduce yourself and please give your first thought when we are doing this digital infrastructure connectivity to all, how do we secure?
Thank you, Osama. Thank you, EU and MEA and Asian Confluence for this great event. Being someone from the Northeast, I can visualize the importance of this event. Now, let me tell you, as part of an introduction about myself. I'm just 1 year younger than Bangladesh. I grew up in the hills between the two valleys of Assam. If you go straight from Shillong, it is 90 kilometers. It's a place called Haflong. People in Shillong would say beauty-wise it is half of Shillong, but I always say it is the other way. Now that particular hills, the Dima Hasao hills of Assam, is a very crucial connector for almost 4 states of the northeastern region. So Assam, the southern Assam part, Tripura, Manipur, and Mizoram. The rail connectivity that the British built in 1901, the meter gauge continued till just a few years back. So in 1996, a gauge conversion project was taken up by the Railway Ministry. It got completed in 2016 after Mr. Modi became the Prime Minister and tried to clean all the bottlenecks that was delaying a project, which was envisaged to be completed in 6 years at a cost of 3,600 crores of rupees. And when the project was completed, it was 48,151 crores. When that conversion happened, all those states in the region got railway connectivity. Now, it's very, very significant for people who work on connectivity in the Northeast region. A road via Meghalaya from Assam going to those states exists. It faces the vagaries of the weather. But the road going from Assam or through Assam to those places, through Dima Hasao, is still, as part of when Prime Minister Vajpayee was there, it was conceived and it's still not completed. But the railways have come up. Now I tried to tell this to just complement, what Osama mentioned about that connectivity between Shillong and Guwahati, which are by far or were the most advanced places in this region. In those places where we come from, and where I want to connect the next part on energy, transportation, health and all, I studied a lot of time under the lamp, not the electric light. I had troubles coming to Guwahati. 355-kilometer journey would take nothing less than 15, 16 hours. Health facilities, the least said the better, but because it was hills, we walked, we played and everything, so we were fit. Education and research, well, we got value-based education. We got very good English education because of the missionaries, not only the British, but Irish and so many others who contributed for education in the region. So now today, when I look back, after working across in the corporate sector in the various parts of the world, having led a large American defense corporation also in India, and now working specifically on all the policy aspects around cyber defense and everything. And I go back and try to connect, because the topic around this is digital connectivity around the sectors of energy, transportation, health, and education. These are all critical infrastructures, whoever would follow a definition from a perspective of cybersecurity. These are critical information infrastructures today, which we are talking vehemently at national levels to look and protect. And in that digital transformation and the security and all of that aspects, Osama also mentioned about cyber hygiene, which I also spoke to a few students yesterday. Now, that whole concept is something that is what, if I use the term from Mr. Conrad Sagma's statement yesterday, capacity building. And that's that space that this effort can pick up. That's where my excitement comes from, that the capacity building around so many sectors. All the distinguished panelists mentioned about some of the shortcomings that have been there, whether it's point from gender, whether it's a point of view of some sections that have not been able to come to this digital ecosystem. But let me also tell you that the digital public infrastructure, which was also a facet of the recent India-EU Trade and Technology Council First Ministerial meeting, one of the aspects of the digital stack, the UPI, you go to so many remote villages in the Northeast, you'll see a vegetable vendor, you'll see a rickshaw puller today using UPI. If you thought that was only his, initiation into a certain kind of a digital transaction or some kind of a digital emancipation that has happened, no. It is a great sense of his empowerment. I see it, I feel it, and I feel very proud when I see, a rickshaw puller doing that in various parts of this northeastern region, because that's where his empowerment is. And when I spoke to him, I communicate and they express that. So there is a larger happiness that can be built up when we are able to take the citizens, whether they are students, whether they are, anything, any sector, you are in a position to improve lives here. And that supplements what the government of India has been doing in terms of building the infrastructure in the region. There are so many special schemes, the Northeast Special Infrastructural Development Scheme, the Prime Minister Divine Scheme, all of them have wide allocations for infrastructure development in the region in all these sectors, energy, transportation. I can quote figures and all. I know there is a time barrier. So this is where that when we are trying to connect the digital aspects and all, and we look at the elements of security, we looked at the element of making it far much more compact, I think there is an opportunity to build up, and we can speak more about it in future. Thank you.
We have another 20 minutes in our quota, and it is our quota. We can use it the way we want to use it. But I would like to at least do quick two rounds. We have about four major things to contribute. One is that when we talk about access to energy, transport, health, education, research through digital infrastructure, what kind of technology and methodology or policy do we need? Whether it's skill-oriented, woman-oriented, or pure technology-oriented, what is lacking? I would like to highlight, all of you or some of you. And the second is that, is there any example that some of you can give that can be used? And the third is in terms of cross-border and the whole region, not region as Indian region and Bangladesh, but the whole collective region, what kind of innovative policies or, approach that we need that we can work collectively in an inclusion manner, not in an exclusion manner. These are the few things that we would like to highlight in the next round, and I'd like to start with you, Julie.
It was super interesting to listen to you because you are really speaking from my heart, and it's very easy for me to come up with a couple of ideas. About 15, 20 years ago, around the world, it was decided that we don't really have to big time invest into basic education anymore. We should invest maybe in secondary education and all of the other topics like energy and climate and all of that. They came really to the forefront. Now we have almost no basic education projects in the whole country. 90% of teachers not being trained. And since I worked myself in the field around the world, training those teachers and training those school directors and working with ministries and advising ministers of education, I really know what I'm talking about. Namely, you have ghost teachers, you just take somebody, and basic education, easy peasy, everybody can do it. So this is really a big, big problem. If those teachers aren't trained, they don't really speak good English, they have no idea about digitalization, the whole infrastructure doesn't do anything. They can't use it. They're scared of the computer. They don't know how to do it. So if we really want to move, we need to move, number one, by focusing more on education and on teacher training, and really trying to have the ones who work with the children, with the next generation, to work with them, for all of us to have the basis, to have a profile of person that I can train further. If we had that, if the children had better teachers, they could pick up more and they could utilize the infrastructure, they would go home and would be able to help their parents, because studies have shown that if children are trained on the environment, on climate, and on all of that, they go home and tell their parents, what are you doing? Don't use too much water. You are throwing things away. Try to work with the, segregate the waste, etc., etc. We know that, and still we are not doing it. We're still allowed to have 90% untrained teachers dealing with these children. So if you then have the parents at home and the mothers at home who are also not trained and have no idea, that multiplies the problem. So therefore, unless we really have a bigger focus on education and on the mothers, and there are many, many education programs for adults that could be coupled with digital literacy, that would already help. Because if that is not happening, that infrastructure and all those technologies cannot be utilized. The next problem is that we do have to have, or the key really is to have a basis in order to create the demand. You were talking about the demand. If the basis for the demand is not there, no infrastructure, no technology is going to help. So that, I think, is super important, to put a bigger lens on education, because if that's not happening, then the next generation will be far behind, and only the ones that are in a privileged position right now will be able to talk, about technology and implement technology. But what about all those who need to maintain that technology? What about all these workers? That is the next problem. We do not really have enough skilled people that are able to utilize the digital applications, not enough skilled workers that are able to move a just transition in this country. We don't really have it. We have skills councils. They have super nice curricula, but you know what? The seats are empty. People are not there. They are not coming. We have something on solar panel installations. Can I tell you, not a single woman has applied to be part of that training, and half of the seats are empty. So here we are talking about just transition. How is it going to happen? Technology, fine. I mean, we have enough smart people around, but everything underneath is not there. The basis isn't there. Not with the children, not with the teachers, not with the women, not with the communities. So what do we need? We need to have a holistic approach to it all. Yeah? We are focusing here on technology. We are focusing here on digitalization. We are focusing here on health. Where do we all sit together, all these ministries, and really talk about it? Do we have any more projects on regional development? No, not really. Yeah? So unless we involve the communities and ask them what they want and try and really move them from A to B, again, the technologies are not going to do anything, because they cannot be utilized since they don't know how. Plus, it's not like these people feel very confident. They know that they are underprivileged and they can't do it. So a lot really needs to be done. India has many, many, many super good prospects and a lot of comparative advantages. So many 1 million people getting onto the job market every single month. If that is not being taken care of, anyway, so many, many, many good things, But I think we have to focus a bit more on the human side. Somebody was saying that, to bring everybody along. So the inclusivity is important.
Thank you, Julie. She's really very attached to the skilling of at a grassroots level is very important. And just to tell you what number that Julie is talking about, there are 1.4 million schools in India, which is 14 lakh. There are about 7 million teachers and 320 million children. That's like US in population. And they all, today and tomorrow, if I ask you as a parent or anybody, do you think that the future will be without digital? No. Then why are we not enabling it in a holistic manner? And this itself requires the whole education ministry or Department of Education to think differently how digital infrastructure can be enabled. Because every teacher is a home, every child is a home and a village. So yeah, I mean, just giving you a scale of demand, what you're talking about. And with that, can I go to Arif? And may I again just stress that we have only about 10 minutes left, so be precise in contributing in the area of the topics that I told you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll go straight to the point and facts. So I believe, and I strongly believe, that the improvement in northeast side of India can be achieved by connecting to Bangladesh network. Why? It has to be led by the private. And how it can be done is done through incentivized private organization with soft loan from EU or other commercial institutions. I will give you another facts. So if you look at Benapole border at present, where we have connectivity with Tata, Airtel, Reliance, with Bangladesh private operators. So we don't have to look very far. The precedents are already there. We just need to repeat it here in Shillong. So because you give me less time, so I'll go right to the point. 2 projects can happen immediately, which can be time from anywhere between 3 to 6 months, where Shillong can be connected to Sylhet and Sylhet to Dhaka. And then a second project of internal ring of India can be done, where all 30 data center of the Indian, like Indian country, can be connected and through these links, and that straight away give the privilege to the people access to health, education, and empowering women. And empowering women, I grew up under a very strict mom, correct? So I know how important it is. So that's why I think with these smaller, initiative and very quick initiatives, things can change drastically. And I also believe that, digital service experience has to be the key. We talked about having the service available, but people not accessing it. So we have to understand the root cause analysis of where's the fear. So that's why we definitely need to do something in that as well. So with these 2 things, I think, we can do really good improvement on a very short term and with a very small money spent. And factually, commercially, it is more viable when you have the right mix of private and the government, initiative. Obviously, it has to be led by private. The framework and things can be done between private and the EU. Government can be, just providing the support the private entity needs. And I think that's the solution. Cheers.
I just want to bring to your notice that there is a case study in G20 Indonesia, which did a case study on PM Vani, which is a scheme of India, Sandeep, you might be knowing, about last mile connectivity. And our experimentation, Digital Empowerment Foundation experimentation, I can share this with you copy, is that now there is no licensing regime in India in terms of last mile internet provisioning. It is totally entrepreneurialized. no licensing fees. You can buy internet, sell internet, but you need internet to buy and sell your last mile infrastructure, and therefore these kind of ideas are very, very important. Let's hear your thought, Samudra, in this area of innovative technology, which can make us, access to health and education and energy and so on and so forth.
Thank you once again. I was listening to Madam Julie. You're talking about the demand is one area, but then you are also talking about the demand coming from there. But there needs to be an awareness also among the people that this is there for this particular purpose. This makes me recall about 20 years ago when the present Chief Minister of Assam was the Education Minister. He had come up with very interesting two innovative ideas. One was taking the computer to the school, the primary school. And number two was all these students who score more than 70% in the class 10 final, board finals, and girls 60% plus, then they would be given a computer. As a journalist, I was doing there's a report also by the Assam Electronic Development Corporation on the impact of this computer in the school and the impact of the computers being gifted to the students who make it 60% plus in the high school board examination. And there was a very interesting thing because the study focused on the girl, the impact on the girl child who had touched the computer and got as a gift a computer from the government. I went to a particular village and I found a illiterate grandmother who had asked this girl who had won a computer that, can I also touch it? And she touched it and she felt it. So there lies the thing, that they have to be aware that this is going to happen when this comes to me. We saw in the pandemic situation how the DBT came in, and the housemaid who works in my house, she now gets sitting at home, everything, because she has access to one is the information, two is the demand, and three is the technology in her hand. She's illiterate. So there is this need for creating a massive awareness also that this will bring you this particular benefit, A. Number two, sharing of information at the international level or the transborder level. Assam particularly has been struggling, particularly when these months of June, July, August come, to get information, rainfall data, and other climate change information from Bhutan and Tibet, China, because most of the rivers come in from the Himalayas and they play havoc on the people of Assam, particularly in the Brahmaputra Valley, but now it's spreading to other areas also. Now, where is that data sharing mechanism? That demand is international demand, but then the need is for the security of the people, not just general security. It affects agriculture, it affects infrastructure. Every year in floods, of the say 100 rupees spent in creating infrastructure, 80 rupees is washed away by the flood. So every year we only retain 20% out of 20 rupees out of 100 rupees. So there also there's a need to look at these areas, how these things, these gaps can be met. Third and last point is the PRI institution, the Panchayati Raj. They are the ultimate which connects with the people. Are these people really literate as far as connectivity, digital, computers, internet are concerned? I'm sure it is not, because people still in the villages go to a nearest center to get a printout of a certificate or to fill in a form. So these are the things I think which need to be looked at, and I hope there were somebody from the education department or this goes to the education ministry. Thank you once again, Asian Confluence and MEA for organizing this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And just to give the number of intensity, what Samudra said is that PRI Institute, these are like local, small level, governments. They elect their own member. To tell you, 250,000 PRIs in India, they elect 3 million people. Out of that, 1 million are women. But do we have a policy where we can say that these 1 million PRI women, we will have a special digital literacy program so that they at least participate in PRI and not be a proxy for their husbands and all that and so on and so forth. So, you know, it's very interesting that how do we deal with the numbers and the institutions in terms of enabling digital, and these PRIs, are they a public access point for all the services? Because India, 1.4 billion people cannot be given connectivity of, you know, 10 Mbps or 100 Mbps in their houses. So public transport system, the way we envisage, we need to have a public digital infrastructure system for various public institutions, which is accessible by the people. And that's the way we need to design our policy and infrastructure. And we usually don't do that. And I will go to Farhat Bhai once again to take your generous 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'll straight away go to the point. You see, when we are talking in terms of health, let us remind all of us that India, one of their major strengths is health, but extremely underutilized. Every year, more than 10 lakh patients travel from Bangladesh to India. This is increasing. That is the status. So, can we move into telehealth or e-health? That is an opportunity which is absolutely open. Imagine what we can do out there. Now, on top of that, we do have border huts. Why can't we have border hut health facilities? All these facilities should be linked. And why can't we use technologies such as blockchain and all? These are something which we have to do fairly fast. So health, this is one area we can easily, this is low-hanging fruit for India and Bangladesh and the entire region that we should get into. The second is more in terms of, as Shahidul Haq was saying, food security for Bangladesh and this particular region. Now imagine this entire Northeast, we are talking in terms of what bamboo can do, but not what other crops can do. We are not looking at the agri-processing as a whole. And also we need to look into the enhancement of land productivity through use of technologies. Bangladesh is a land scarce area. That is our major challenge. We are not going to give out our land for building roads, rest assured on that. Railway, yes, but we need to ensure that agriculture is strengthened so that we do not fall into the typical food politics trap that we'll have to avoid. So if we want to do that, again, technology will come into force. Third, and very, very importantly, is water. As flood, I mean, it's like water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. That is where we are moving into. So what do we do? This is where substantive research on the entire blue economy dimension needs to be undertaken immediately. And we have to do it jointly. We cannot do it separately. Because when we talk in terms of confluence, this is where the heart and the crux of the matter is, and we need to focus on that particular area. Now, saying so, let me also highlight certain points that we are doing. We have, in every single union, we have what we call union digital centers. And do you know what has happened out of that? This started off 5 years back. Now we have more than 600,000 entrepreneurs, we call them freelancers, operating from their home. Number one. Number two, and this is again very interesting, particularly in the e-commerce platform, 70% are women. And they are not necessarily using only this particular device. They use even smart TV. Imagine. This is how innovative they are. They're using that. So this is one particular area that we need to understand, that we actually ensure, even through unions, even through administrative bodies, avail certain smart devices, and of course training, as you were talking about, it is possible to do certain things which are really good. The other success story which I feel in Bangladesh is, particularly when we talk about Bikash, they've done absolutely fantastic. They were minded, they were a startup. They are now a unicorn. And it happened because not just they were innovative definitely, but the government gave them the opportunity to do anything and everything using that particular device. payment of fees, even right now, we are even getting, it's even a gateway for foreign currency earning. Name it, everything. So these are some of the things that we can learn from each other and take it forward. But I strongly feel that in the health sector, you guys are not doing much and we should do a lot. This will be good for all of us. And in terms of education, we have to again build the resources together. And if we can do that together, sky's the limit.
Thank you very much. And I remember an example at the time of COVID when we were spread in our organization about 2,000 locations, and most of the doctors were not visiting public health centers or community health centers. All our rural entrepreneurs, digital rural entrepreneurs, saying that please give us a device which has got a video conferencing, proper video conferencing facility so that we can actually talk to doctor for our villagers and citizens. And that is a very simple technology. And incidentally, in India's health system is dependent on 2 million women who are last mile health workers, you know, frontline health workers. So women and health and villages and population, if we digitally enable them rather than asking them to drop the data every month of what they are doing, also enable them to provide as a service provider, it will strengthen our health system much more. And so I'll now finally go to, in this round, we have overtime now, and I'm sure Lakshmi is very upset with me. Subimal, please quickly in 2 minutes, if you can conclude your suggestions and recommendations in those 4 sectors.
Yeah, so I think picking from what Dr. Julie has said, education, mothers, all of that sectors, I think as much as we orient them digitally, I think we should also look at orienting them towards some basic cybersecurity practices. Parallelly, we don't waste our time in trying to think again that would be another exercise as it has been. So I think as total cyber hygiene package is something that we should work on, and that will be a fantastic capacity building opportunity. The other thing is that, about sharing of data and all, Samudragupta just mentioned about the trouble with Bhutan and Nepal not sharing and all. Now, just outside of Shillong, there is the Northeastern Space Application Center, which is a venture of our Indian Space Research Organization, and NESAC is chaired by none other than the Home Minister of the country, and he personally takes a lot of interest in trying to see how the data is utilized, remote sensing data is utilized for understanding a lot of things in the region, including the weather patterns, the land forest management, etc. And I am aware that the Ministry for the Development of Northeast Donor as well as Northeastern Council are now engaging NESAC in a far much bigger way. In fact, just about I think a couple of months back, a technical report was provided to the ministry about what could be the patterns of the forest holdings and everything, so that the interstate border disputes and everything also could be settled. I think there is data that is now being picked up in a scientific way. There is a way to share. I think if parallelly we build the capacity in Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal and all, so in this whole Himalayan neighborhood, we could have a repository of quality data which we can use. And then how do we use the data? What we could do, I'll keep it for Lakshmi. I don't want to deprive her for this. And the other point I just want to make here, that the digital public infrastructure, particularly since the UPI has been a very successful story across the country, and how with Singapore we have already had this agreement about how we'll share both our digital payment infrastructure and could do the transaction. I think Bangladesh is a great example where we should take this forward, because there are many ways in which we could do those transactions that could also help in all the telehealth facilities and all, where payments and everything can be seamlessly made rather than everyone all the time coming and all. So these are the few things, Osama, I wanted to leave it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I would now like to hand over the mic to Lakshmi to manage the next 40 minutes, about 35 minutes. But have you all made some comments on your piece of paper that we can collect? Now my job is of the steward who will go around and collect those papers from all of you and give it to you. But Lakshmi, here you are.
Thank you so much. And it's been very interesting and enlightening hearing all the thoughts expressed by all the panelists. Normally when we begin with the panel discussion, we always find the audience asking the questions and the panelists answering it. But here we have a panelist. We have Professor Anwar, who raised a very important question, and that centered on healthcare. And I would like to connect it with the whole concept of how can we build these kind of digital connectivity investments in the area of healthcare. And over here, I'd like to invite Dr. Palan. Dr. Palan is doing some work. He's working in Manipur. And maybe we can request you to take up the challenge of answering Professor Anwar's question and tell him that we are doing and we can do it.
Thank you, ma'am, and all the delegates. I'm Dr. Palin Kundongbam. I'm a plastic surgeon by profession and a managing director of Caesar Hospitals. And my background is from a mono practice to a super specialty. In the last 2 years, we have been able to establish the first homegrown private medical college in northern India. And now we can enter into affordable healthcare to the mass. Regarding this northern India, Honorable Prime Minister already said northern India is the heart of the country. That is the importance given to this region. And it is surrounded by 4 countries. We can partner with Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. Already, I think Bangladesh, the advantage with Tripura and Meghalaya, and and Assam with Bhutan, and for the air connectivity, there is no barrier. We are doing some work in Manipur because of the proximity with Myanmar. We have gone to there, we have conducted 3 mission Myanmar, Caesar mission Myanmar, where we have done 339 free surgery, cleft lip and palate, eye cataract surgery, and keyhole surgery. We have trained 2 surgeons and 6 nurses for critical care and this keyhole surgery. They have started, and we have conducted some medical camp. We have done in Mongia General Hospital under the guidance of this Indian Consul General and Union of Myanmar and our hospital. And after that, they come to know that there is a place in Manipur where they can undergo the treatment, because most of them were going to Singapore and Thailand, this is Bangkok, and where the cost of treatment is more than 10 times. And we have done we have treated more than 5,000 after this mission Myanmar, because they come to know about our place. And 1% of kidney transplant, the budget was 60 lakhs in Bangkok. And after hearing our place, he came here, and we have done with 6 lakhs only. So that is 1/10 of the cost. And recently also we have done another, during this border sealing, this is hardly 3 months, the patient from Mandalay came all the way from Mandalay to Yangon, Yangon to Calcutta, Calcutta to Imphal, because the border is sealed because of the law and order following the COVID. So, and this is happening in the corner of the country. The medical tourism is happening. Regarding this medical tourism in India, the current market is $9 billion, and it is expected to rise to 13 billion by 2026. And recently, following this Ukraine and this Russian war, a lot of medical tourists flock in India. And India has surpassed Bangkok and Singapore, number 1 for the cost, number 2 the quality, and another is less waiting time and the cultural heritage. So India is emerging as number 1 medical tourism hub in Asia. Why not Northern India? We have all the opportunities, because Northern India is known for hospitality. Manipur is producing nurses next to Kerala. Most of the metros, hospitals, they have 30 to 40% nurses from Manipur. And not only that, Japan wanted 35 nurses and paramedics from India, especially from Northern India, because of their connection in Second World War, Battle of Imphal and Battle of Kohima. And we have started sending 8 because they have so many aged population without any care. And they need more nurses and paramedics. They are trained for culture and language for 1 year, and there is a sending organization, and our organization is the training center. So this is one area we can harvest, not only that, paramedics. And in the last 2 decades before that, thousands of patients were going to other places, other metros. In the last 2 decades, I think we have been able to stop some of the, because infrastructures are being developed in Northern India. And with this connection and the air connection, Manipur is advantage because of the surface connection. They have come initially without any visa, but after 2018, with a visa from Mandalay. That also is another challenge, because they could get the visa from this Tamil. This is one area. Another area is education. We have a nursing college in Northern India, paramedical institute, so many medical colleges. We can be the supplier of, global supplier of paramedical and doctors. And last thing I would like to mention about wellness, because we are talking about medical tourism, and World Health Organization has already warned India that 63% of your death are due to non-communicable diseases. That means our lifestyle is wrong. And our contribution to wellness industry is 0.25 only, 0.25 only. Our target is to reach 3 to 4% by 2015. That's why I use BISA and Heal in India. So many other schemes are being produced by the central government. And North America is the capital of this wellness center, and Asia Pacific is fast developing, because we cannot continue to treat the disease burden. So we have to combine the traditional treatment along with the modern treatment. We have to prevent by changing the lifestyle. Yoga, meditation alone can prevent the healthcare expenditure too by 43%. This has been proved by Massachusetts Hospital. So we need to develop this wellness center. Northern India can be the capital of wellness industry globally because of our scenic beauty and the hospitality nature and all the support from allopathy. So this is one area we can groom. And all the turmoil in Northern India.
Dr. Palan, may I just interject?
I'll conclude.
Yes, thank you.
So once we have this infrastructure, massive infrastructure required, exponential infrastructure, so that we can be part of we are not exceptional to the medical and wellness tourism in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing all the questions. I think at this point of time, there is an interesting question, and we'll directly go to Mr. Bhattacharjee. And the question again enters into another arena, a little bit away from data hygiene, and it's cyber hygiene. How can we prioritize access to public data and proactive data sharing, not just among the government, but with the citizens at large? There is a huge potential of harnessing public data for evidence-based participatory governance.
Right. I think definitely, data is the new oil, everyone knows. Today, so much of techniques are there to take intelligence out of the data, and then, of course, it has to be shared among the meaningful premises to be able to generate optimal, participation, optimal maybe encapsulation of any, project, and finally find the solutions. But I think, the data sharing ecosystem, that is something that also has to evolve in a more practical format. Now, any kind of data uh, being thrown across, or you know, somewhere today we are all through, we are, pushed through fake data, all those kind of stories that's already happening. So I think when we are looking at a kind of a scenario of data protection regulations, regimes everywhere, particularly in this country that is sitting on a bill that has to be cleared by Parliament very soon, and the European Union has demonstrated over the last few years about how the GDPR has been implemented, and how it is one of the strongest data protection laws, and how that regulates, or how that allows data flows in jurisdictions, or even within a single jurisdictions among the various entities and all. I think that's also something that definitely is of interest, and that's something that's definitely going to evolve, and possibly that's also a project that comes in a much larger cycle. But what I can say is, Lakshmi, relating to the northeastern region, and even as a idea of how do you take the data available and do something meaningful. For example, let me take one area, flood management. Flood is a big issue in the region every monsoon. Now today, remote sensing data you are getting, you have weather data, you have the artificial intelligence based modeling capacity that can do such quality predictions that you can utilize them and be able to devise how do you do your disaster management and flood management. And this is something that possibly is a project that comes up where we harness the strength of the projects that have been actually successfully done in Europe, possibly even as a part of the India-EU TTC that has been just signed. Yeah, as part of the TTC that has been signed, where we have looked at high performance computing, where we have looked at related aspects, whether it goes to quantum computing or anything below. I think HPC today is one area that if applied to one project in the Northeast around flood management, it is going to not only save a lot of resources, it is actually going to bring a lot of positive turn to many of the other projects that are being done, which gets impacted because floods come and take away everything, and again you start from ground zero. So this is a project that could be done. We have data available. We not only, today we have data fusion technology that we can pick up, and Europe has no dearth of such kind of projects and capacities. So that's what, Lakshmi, I think we utilize the data for something good in the region.
Thank you so much. And over here, I would also invite the audience if they would like to share any of the thoughts or the experiences.
My name is Atul Dev Sharma. I represent a non-profit media management group, works in the Northeast based in Delhi.
how do you measure, because what should be the return on investment that should be looked into? That is very, very critical, because in front of our eyes and experiences, we have seen a lot of investments have already happened. For example, smart cities, we had a lot of investment we had done. And also recently in Assam, there is a smart metering in the energy sector has been a lot of done. But in terms of a lot of issues has also come up in that process. So investment is one thing, but what is the return on investment, not only from the economic revenue generation or the service thing, but also the other aspects could be looked into probably as a holistic way of considering such investment processes maybe. So this is one observation.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know there are lots of hands up coming up. Okay, so if we could just request you to keep it to about 2 to 3 minutes, and then we can have very quickly.
So thank you, and I would just like to add on Mr. Subimal's comment. I think there are some solutions which are being cultivated here, harnessing several data sets available. So one such example I would like to give is the work we are doing as part of Civic Data Lab with Assam State Disaster Management Authority to build an intelligent data ecosystem connecting all these data sets from several line departments, several ministries, to use AI and machine learning models to create flood proneness as well as flood preparedness of all the 180 revenue circles of Assam. So looking beyond state, beyond district, going to the revenue circle level. But all of these experiments can be scaled and accelerated, and that knowledge sharing can happen if we see more commitment towards open data, if we see more commitment towards open source technology. Because when it comes to digital connectivity, it would be just a meansake if we are not able to have openness being core of it. So how can we prioritize that when we talk about policy making, when we talk about implementations?
Yes. So at this point of time, I think we'll have to quickly wrap up the discussion. I know there are lots of thoughts. We would recommend that if you could just write it out on a paper and share it with us. We have other important insights which have been shared. We'll keep it in mind. And as we come to the close of the discussion, I'd like to invite each of the panelists to quickly give their final comments and thoughts based on what they've heard and discussed, and as has been shared by the audience. So I think this time we'll begin with, so Dr. Julie, we have to give you the pride of place. It's women.
Thank you very much. One word comes to my mind, which is inclusiveness. So everything needs to be looked at from start to finish. So just building something, I'm talking to the gentleman in the yellow shirt, thinking about investment and building something, be it a railway or anything else. If you don't do capacity development at the same time to make sure that railway is going to stay in good shape, money is there. If you haven't talked to the ministries for the budgets to be there, to maintain that railway, to have people in line that can work on that railway, if you don't plan the impact from the beginning of that project, because once that project is over, somebody has to take over. So unless you include anybody in a project from the beginning and think about all of the ones that need to be included, it's very difficult. Be it digital literacy, be it education, be it technology, anything. Start from the beginning and think about all the way like a value chain till the end, and who is needed, and include the communities, the women, the older generation, because otherwise we will leave people behind, and we cannot afford that.
Thank you so much. Since we are talking about partnership with EU, just 3 specific agenda. Number 1, we do not have right now e-waste recycling hub. That is one particular area that we can work on. And this is essential, because the moment we move into technology, we need that. Second, I feel that we should move into what we call nature technologies. Example, we are talking about floating community across here as well as across this entire subcontinent. And this floating community can only be addressed if we have proper technology intervention, otherwise it's not possible. And third is, of course, the entire blue economy as a whole. And particularly when you talk in terms of data sharing, data is already there. We have to decide which particular type of data should be shared through which particular means, through blockchain. Blockchain is not something that we are talking about currency. One of the major issues of blockchain is traceability. And if we can do that, there shouldn't be any problem, but we need to work on these three areas with EU, I feel, is good for the region as a whole.
Thank you. I think in the larger context of India-EU cooperation, particularly on digital technology, I think we have a lovely framework, very recent framework, India-EU TTC. Let's conceive a project under that. Let's pick up something from there and even show that there is a project out of that in the Northeast. So let it be one of them. As a suggestion could be, a larger cyber hygiene awareness program that is built, where we look at the small and medium enterprises, people who do business on their own, not are very much staffed, can't afford in terms of continuously spending and building up their security infrastructure. And two, as I just mentioned, and the gentleman also said that a semblance of a project is already happening in Assam. I think there is a larger scope for looking at high performance computing, picking up, modeling and all the efforts and build a project that fits into this. So something for the masses and something for the infrastructure. Thank you.
All right, so I'll keep it short and sharp. 3 points. Technology-driven change is inevitable. It's going to change our life. AI came, it is real, so we have to adapt it. And we shouldn't trade our long-term peace for a short-term gain. So what I mean by that is, when you look at technology, when you look at implementation, when you look at project, think about sustainability. And think about companies which can run past this life. Nokia is a 150-year-old company. We always focus on sustainability. A lot of people say we didn't adapt Android quick enough, but we didn't adapt because of the security. We didn't put the profit before our people, correct? So I would like to request that please consider all projects, all initiatives with a sustainable manner. Include private, because they have the knowledge. Include them as part of your planning and think of a long-term sustainable model. Once you give people access to good health, good education through connectivity, you shouldn't take it away. You should make it sustainable and you make sure it's there for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. It is said that we should avoid I, me, myself, and look at we and us. I got so many I's. All these I's become we and us. So I put it like this, that there are 4 basic I's. One is infrastructure. Second is information, so that the demand is created. Third is inclusiveness, as you said. 4 is innovation, as Patricia said, innovation, which are eye on local needs. And fifth, there's a 5th I, that is finally influencing everything. So we go from Asian confluence to Asian influence.
Thank you so much. And we now leave it to Osama to give us the last words and to conclude it.
Thank you very much. I think I'm the only one between your food plate and the mind game. I think we had a very good discussion. You have been lovely listeners and contributors. I would just like to end by 3 observations. One is digital as an integral infrastructure, but thinking that all digital infrastructure is going to create data, which should be approached from citizen perspective and policy-wise, and the methodology that we are going to use it AI. So therefore, all this should be part of policy, which should write one line, technology is for me. I am not for technology. I'm not going to be a consumer of technology, but I should be a citizen of technology. And because so far, most of the planning, conception, implementation treats us as consumers and not as citizen. And that's what the 30 years of technological development and internet has converted us into. The most democratic tool has become the, only 5 channels, and we all are consumer of that. So how do we actually create that policy and infrastructural investment and everything from the perspective that citizens remain a citizen, and we certainly ask them before using their data, or them, because they are the data. Their presence is a data, their use is the data, their being there is a data, and have we taken permission from them? And then all the AIs and policy, because I know all the state departments are making policies, or AI policy. Are we making that way? So with that note, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much. And I would also like to give a shout out to Laura here, who is a very good friend, and he really pushed me strongly, before you come here, please prepare this, prepare that, and really discussed a lot about how do we curate this so that we can have a maximum input. Thank you very much. What is called? Bon appetit. Yeah.